Hoo-wee. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Today is looking like it's gonna be one of those days. Happy Wednesday. Hopefully everyone's making it through the week okay. It's just bad lighting. At least that's my excuse. Definitely not going to admit that my insomnia is back. uh but it's okay. It's not actual insomnia, or it's not the insomnia that most people think of. So I do get some sleep. It's just very, very broken. So it's not very restful, which is where the issue comes in. So, yeah. Okay. Let's get a good stretch in. It's first thing in the morning. Still not quite sure if I like what's going on with my hair today. It just kind of happened. When I breathe out deeply, I can hear you. Okay. Then yeah. I just gotta make sure to not breathe out into the mic. Duly noted. And thank you for the note. Much love, my love. Which I just realized I totally does that count as doxing? I don't know. No idea. Let me get caught up on chat here before we get into game. But yeah. Good morning, Quietus, my darling. Lovely to see you. Good morning, Harold. As always, lovely to see you. And Drake Lance, good time zone. Yeah, we are still playing around with our new mic. It's much more sensitive than our last one. Much more sensitive. That's how you'd say it. Yeah. I think I might just need to also improve it has kind of a pop filter. But it's just like perforated metal. So it doesn't actually have a mesh screen to actually like block the wind from going to the mic. So if it was a proper pop filter, if I were to like breathe towards the mic, a proper pop filter. Where's the red cloth? Good question, actually. I think I did like pull it off of my other. Yeah, there it is. my inner, would it help? Oh, 100%. My inner crafter is coming out, because this should come off like, or at least emphasis on the should. Yeah, there it is. Come on, buddy. Because it's adjustable, but in theory it should screw off. Hopefully you guys aren't hearing like all that noise. Sorry. You probably are. There we go. Because now that we have the faux pop filter off, we can just pierce it, or pierce our cloth anyway, like that. And then stretch it nice and tight. Like an actual pop filter would have. But then again, we probably could just let it hang off. Just like that. And then it could just be decoration and we could see. But then again, as I've said on numerous occasions, I'm not a sound engineer. I only have a cursory understanding of this stuff. I know enough to barely make conversation. There we go. Or as I used to say when I was younger, and a little bit more full of myself, I have people for that. Which I kind of still do. I do know several sound engineers. I just have to, get better at asking for help. Okay, I mean, that one was literally me blowing at the mic, but hopefully me breathing in that direction doesn't get caught as much. And of course, as I say that, I look over and it kind of worked. But say, Livy. I'll try and fix it more for next stream. I have time. Okay, so plans for today are kind of loose. More Maji-Market stuff. Because I wouldn't mind, you know, farming up, or I I still would like to farm for some more arches. And if anybody would like to join for that, there's still the standing invitation for, you know, joining in for balloon pop or chappa chase. Joy clans, for sure, for sure. There we go. I unfortunately did not get any more testing done last night. Tiger and I have been doing some alpha testing for this and this other MMO that we got into. I kind of mentioned it yesterday in passing, that we like barely squeaked in to an alpha test. And it's, well, he's enjoying it. Which, it's nice to have a game for the two of us to play again. It's okay. I have a I will have a lot of notes for the developers, but I would like to play it more before I coalesce anything. Although that being said, a lot of my notes seem to be par for the course for what other people are saying, which is like the new player experience is terrible. Like, it is terrible. Just the worst. And which I beta tested the last game that this developer did, so the game that we got into for the alpha is called Soulframe, and I beta tested Warframe, which is the game that they did before, and I probably played all of 10 minutes of Warframe before I threw my hands up and was just like, granted, I was a much my gaming career was much I was much more of an adolescent gamer at that point. I was probably 21 at that point, so that gives you a time frame of how long ago this was. But I could not figure out how to do basically anything as a new player who had no idea how to play a game, basically. And that basically is this game again. So if you have never played, I've never played a game before, and this would be the first game that you started playing, you would not last very long. Um, so yeah, and like if that's what they're going for, more power to them. Um, from what we've seen, they're like there aren't any weapon or armor drops. Uh, it's 100% the gear is dropped via these shards that you need to collect multiple of, which we all know how much Tana Dragon loves his RNG drop systems. Um, so, yeah. So, like, it would be one thing if, like, it was go to, like, this specific place to farm this specific shard. Uh, but it seems to be like a global loot pool, and any shard can drop literally from anywhere. So, currently I'm like trying to play a tank spec, and I have yet to find a shield after probably, let's see, we played like a fair bit of Sunday, and then probably like 3 hours yesterday. So probably like 7 or 8 hours of gameplay, and I've yet to find a shield shard. Um, so I'll say not good or bad, just needs work. It's definitely still in its alpha phase. Yeah. Oh, 100%. And like Tiger is down for this. He's down for it 100%. And I'm down because I want to play with him. Uh so, yeah. What was that about shields? We were just discussing how I've been playing this, or we were beta testing this other MMO, or can you really call it an MMO? MMO like game. Uh, and it's another game. And me and Tiger have been uh playing for upwards of like 8 or 9 hours, or yeah, however many hours, and I have yet to find a like a shield shard when I'm playing a tank spec. So needless to say, I'm finding it very hard to stay alive, which, as you would think, is very tilting. And for once, Tiger is playing healer, and so he's hanging back, and it's all just like, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm fine. And it's just like, of course you're fine. You have sustain. fluffy little prick. I'm the one up in the front line using my taunt, and everyone's beating my tiny butt. But yeah. But that being said, it does have a lot of finer points too, because those are my gripes. It's called Soulframe. It is the fantasy successor to a game called Warframe. If anyone's familiar with that. Which I'm not sure which systems Warframe is actually on. I'm only familiar with it from uh like from PC. But I I think like it's been around for a very long time, so I wouldn't be surprised if it got ported over to other systems, or at least like Xbox or PS5. What was I doing here? I hate when this happens. Nope, not that button. Those buttons. That's ugh, still feels nice. How damaged are we that like the fact that that we get furniture in stacks of 30? It's such a low bar. Like they couldn't even do like the stacks of 100 that you're welcome, milady, that building blocks are in. Sounds good, Harold. Coming your way. And I know what people are gonna say. Just like nothing's ever good enough for you, Tana Dragon, and it's just like, you know what? Foot in the door. Give me an inch, I want a mile. I'm just kidding. I am really I am happy with what they gave us. Am I content? Nah, not really. That's because I am of the mindset that things can always be better. Yeah, I know. I mean, it's either this or I use obstacle flicking, so there's literally no good option here to achieve what I want to do. Which also, fun fact, everybody, did you know that Oban is in August? I did not. It's called Oban. It's a Japanese festival. Personally, I was always under the impression that it was uh, sometime in July. No idea why. And sorry, it's like a Japanese lantern festival. Hmm. Why are you being difficult? I mean, I can think of several reasons as to why. literally intersecting with that one. Finally. Heckin' took long enough. But we got there. Okay, now we just need something. Paver. Yeah, let's go with a paver. Not that one. That one's load bearing. I think there might be a dish over here. There we go. Actually, we do want a paver. I do love it when we get it, the one that we want on the first try. Let's do 8, please. Don't mind. Love. too much. And or not enough. Nah, we'll figure this out. Danke. On my way. The two. Maji-Market time, everybody. For anybody that, you know, wants or is farming the Maji-Market. Oh, and right. I also need to correct what I announced yesterday about the bug. Um, it turns out that when you get or when you do the claw machine, so when you finally get a token, unlike myself who did not get a token yesterday, when you get the turnip, you do get the turnip, and then in addition to the turnip, you get all three of the new plush. So unlike, as I mentioned yesterday, that I was under the impression that you only got the new stuff. Which is great news for me because I absolutely adore the little turnip. Oh, I see the Dock Sylph is finally for sale. Sure. After the thing, you only got carrot. I also love that one, but that's also because I'm a gardening buff. So I absolutely love out of all the plush, which now that I think about it, I feel like somebody asked me what my favorite plush was the other day. Did that happen? Am I crazy? I think I gave them a very non-answer. Because now that I think about it, it probably actually would be the carrot. I still wish it was attached to the gardening profession. But, I'll take what I can get. I'm just happy we have a carrot plush. Why would I be rewarded for gardening? Don't be crazy. Okay, this is uh I think we have one of those servers on our hands, fam. I don't think that's a natural number of blue balloons. Though I could be wrong. RNG could just be on our side. I highly doubt it, but yeah, like there was the fifth blue balloon there. Oh, and there's number 6. Wait, Joe is here? Joe apparently took first. Last Maji-Market, you got 3 ancient fish, and what the heck? That's insane. Right, we want a picture in front of Chappas. If you want to take it, Drake, because Drake is probably not Ghost. There we go. Now we have Harold. He's Ghost Angel, actually. Angel Ghost. I still think that's kind of cute. Okay, let's let's chase them Chappas. Oof. Oh no. I get the feeling this is gonna be one of those. Oh no, there we go. It just started late. Oh, someone has the ancient mimic. Mm, I don't know why I thought I had time to take a picture of the ancient mimic. I just haven't seen anybody with the ancient mimic yet. Oh, Shiza. Um, right. OBS is bugging out. Or like my OBS chat is bugging out. Hold please. No, actually worked in our favor. Come here, you little varmint. With that being said, I think stream manager. There we go. Oh, there. Ha ha. There we go. Snooze. I caught it like 11 seconds before it was going to ad break. So now we'll be able to do the Chappa Chase and not have to worry about being interrupted by ads. Mine. Stolen. That was some bull honky. That's okay. We got 6 Chappas. No, 7 Chappas. Can we make it up to our... Oop. There's our 8th. Yes, yes. I think we might be able to make it to 9. We do have 20 seconds. There he is. There he is. No. No, Taylor. No. My job. My job. My. No. Okay. That's fine. They wanted it more. That's okay. They worked hard for it. There we go. No. Oh, that. Of course. Oh, of course that other Chappa spawned in under my feet just to block me from turning the other Chappa in. Oh, the internal screams are getting louder. Ah, that that's another clip I should get from one of my favorite animes. It's called the wrong way to use healing magic. It's so great. It actually does, doesn't it? Hey, Snark Hunter. I never thought of it before, but yeah, it does kind of give stupid, sexy Flanders. Okay. Where's our. Speaking of Drake, where's ours? Do we not have a Drake saved to this outfit? We do. Hero. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, and there is the notification for our self-care break. It's coming up in about 30 seconds, so I'm going to turn things over to our adorable co-host, the AFK Otter. He will take very good care of everybody. And I will see everybody shortly. All right, and we're back, everybody. And should have OBS chat fixed. Thank goodness. That'll make things much better. I just wanted to do that. That. There we go. Also, Nessie, welcome on in to chat for the first time. Whether you've been lurking for a while or not, you know, welcome all the same. Okay. So, the thing that we were doing before the Maji-Market we were trying to get these lanterns into the correct position. And I just remembered that there we go. That our visualizer wasn't on. Yes, it sure is. And as I mentioned earlier, it is unfortunately the only option. Sorry. For what I would like to do, it's the best option available since the only other option would be to use what's referred to as obstacle flicking, which would not be accessible to console players. So I'd rather use something that eventually console players could technically use than do something that they couldn't. What am I doing here? I was getting a dragon. Wait, no. That's not, that's not how that works. We're getting Magi. What's going on there? Oh, there we go. That's what's going on. Nope, that's still not. Okay. I mean, it could stand to go a little bit. Think nothing of it, Snark. But it is nice to be appreciated. Or it's nice to know that the effort is appreciated. There we go. That's what I meant. Oh, I'm just making a string of lanterns, Drake. That's all. That was kind of why I brought up the fun fact about Oban. Because it one of the hallmarks of Oban is that it's a lantern festival. The lantern that I'm trying to use at the moment, yes, it is a ceiling item. So the only option available for ceiling surfaces would be like bottom of pillars, bottom of building blocks, or, you know. And while I could um, what am I trying to say here? Well, I could technically have made this structure out of walls. There we go. It would have been a bit of a chore. To just do everything. Or I suppose could even like walls or pillars could have worked as well. Now that I think about it. And then, you know, since we're doing, that's what I'm trying to avoid though, is to do some kind of like overly complicated coordinate floating. Yeah. So like if I were to do pillars, I would have like the singular one and then would start building up. But probably not like that. Though I do think you're right. Let's shelve this for right now. Just being lazy. You don't have to use wood pillars. If anything, I would actually suggest against it because our end goal is actually to simply utilize the pillars ceiling surface to toss the lanterns into the air. So I probably would use stone. And then I'd probably have them like that. So if you wanted an even, like, I almost said gentler, and a more, or maybe a gentler, more gentle curve. This is where we talk about like rise versus run. It's the same thing that we talk about when we're discussing stairs. So if you just move the pillar further away, but keeping the same height, you'll alter the curvature of your arc. Oh, really? Fair enough, I suppose. Um, it really helps if you have done computer assisted drafting or AutoCAD. So that way you can actually like see how like the like coordinate like points go in for making your arcs. Yeah, there you go. That was part of my architecture training, or actually, sorry, not part of, but a large part of it was learning AutoCAD and becoming very proficient in it. Very little of it was actually like doing like my own design work because that was not the end goal. The end goal was to get a cushy job where I was making or drafting the plans for someone else's creation so I could get a salary and fund anyway. But well, here we are. But yeah. You have one, got to know its usefulness afterwards. Yeah. S6 this year at least was kind enough to send out one in the mail as like a login reward, so I was just like, yay! At least people will at least have one. Twitch, 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 Twitch. I would have preferred them like making some kind of red present craftable item, but you know, here we go. Hey Zoe, I've been meaning to message you, hon. Thank you for coming back. It's okay to be a lot. I should know. There's a reason I step back a lot. There, here, sorry, look at me. There's a reason I step back from. It's because I too am a lot. So, and when people who are, you know, are both a lot, we're basically what I wanted to say the other day, and I meant to post, is UPH and is kind of a community of very passionate individuals, and we, or at least a fair few of us, all have the social anxiety that we are worried that other people are going to like misconstrue what we say, you know, or take it in the wrong way. So, Lord knows I do. If anyone ever wonders why I put as many emojis in what I in what I uh like post, it's so there isn't miscommunication. And anytime that there isn't emojis, it's because I forgot or I was too tired. And at some point, I will like edit it to have emojis so there is no misconception as to what the intent was. Because yeah, I am always terrified that people take it the wrong way. So yeah, you're not alone. And just know that we love you and are here for you. Especially because yeah, we're all a bunch of neuros, or not sorry, not all. I'm a very neurospicy person. I can't speak for anybody else but myself. So, yeah. We're 1:33. So we're not quite at Maji-Market time. So let's see about tossing some lanterns. I got the feeling, especially after our conversation the other day, which is also why I wanted to message you, mainly with an apology, because I should not have I have a very bad tendency of like uh I mentioned this earlier before you got here. I um I have intermediate insomnia, or I'm not sure if that's the right word for it. Basically, I wake up in the middle of the night, and I make the mistake of like scrolling through Discord, and then I'm just like, it sounds like a great idea to 3:45 a.m. dragon who is like kind of sleep deprived to like respond to messages, but when like you know dragon who has all of his faculties is just like could actually write a proper response. But 3:45 dragon is just like, no, let's just post. Let's just post something. Yeah, let's just do it. Let's just do it. This will be fine. This will be fine. Um yeah, it's kind of like people remember that silly Shia LaBeouf thing from like forever and a day ago. That that's internal 3:45 a.m. dragon. Yep, that sure is, Harold. Sure is. Now I just need to like start um I just need to plug my phone in like at my computer. That's the next step. Plug phone in at computer. Also, thank you for the reminder. Hmm. Fiddlesticks. I think we forgot something. We did. We need that. Need that. I'm good. I'm sorry, what? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Who told them? I swear to Rao. Because I didn't. I specifically left this out of the report that I gave them. I specifically left this out. Maji. Dasene. So this piece here used to ignore collision with other bridge pieces because, you know, that would allow us to add it as a post to bridges that we made. See? Because that makes sense. But oh, we can't have that. Umbran bridges have a floor surface, so that is normal. That's yeah. That's business as usual. I love that that was the change that they made. They always make the worst changes. Literally the worst. Can we even alter the size of this? I mean, yeah, you're right. It's a talent. It's not a good one. It's not one that I'd want. It's for dang sure. Let's try items from the builder's set. I mean, that... I mean, it's not great, but it's not the worst, I guess. So you still can kind of make... stairs. Well, now I'm really glad that I never made that tutorial because it would be invalid now. And this, if anyone is wondering, is why I have all but stopped making tutorials. Because I have no idea what they're going to take away next. And I'm really getting tired of putting retractions on my videos. Thanks for calling the ambulance. I needed that. Hmm. Yeah, I mean, I did think that would work. Why? That doesn't make sense. Okay. Yeah, at least it attaches nicely there, I guess. I'll take what I can get at this point. Oh, biscuits, what time is it? Not yet? Okay. Thank you. I sorry, I should have just trusted you. Okay. We looks like we have spot for one more in the party if anybody wants to join. Thanks, love. I will be there post haste. There we go. Okay, let's. I have no idea why I keep running over. We have a travel board over by the cooking area for this exact reason. Mm. Mm. Hmm. Half an hour. We might be able to make it up there. We can stam ourselves. Sugar. Harold, are you on this post right now? It looks like you're in the water. I I just don't want to get in your way. Oh my gosh, what is going on? Yeah, I'm just gonna hop down. For anyone out there that has not had somebody shooting a bow directly in front of them, it can get pretty egregious. Oof, 590. That sucks. But, you know, what they say, for every good Maji-Market, there are three bad. What was that? Oh, only I say that? Well, this is kind of the one plus side. Or, no, wait. Let me rephrase that in a more constructive manner. For anyone who is a furniture connoisseur, like myself, well, at the Maji-Market, in the downtime, this is something that you can 100% do, is farm sapwood. Because sapwood is used for a fair number of recipes. Tiny chips. Not just that, but you also get fiber when chopping trees, which is also used in a lot of recipes. And you also have the chance to get tree seeds. Mine. I'm at the Wordle. Just not fast enough. Come on. Yeah, there we go. Got the zoomies. Gosh, I hope League of Legends does not have that trademarked. Ooh-wee. Finally up to 4. Shabba Chase is cutthroat today. It really seems to be hit and miss with the Chappos. Like, if they seem to be, like, diving early or not. Maybe that could just be me. See, I remember, like, the very first Maji-Market. Chappos used to, like, have, like, a very wide spawn radius. So you used to be able to, like, go all over the Maji-Market and have a chance to find a Chappa. But now it's, like, the same tiny spawn area that, like, everyone's clustered in. And it seems to have caused nothing but problems. Yeah, we're not getting it anymore. Well, we got 25 more tickets than than participation. Was it worth the effort? You decide. I'll never tell. All right. Let's head home. And self-care break should be coming up here in like a minute or two. Okay, my lady. As always, thanks for joining. Yep, and there's our notification for our self-care break to start soon. So I will switch over to our Be Right Back screen and hand things over to our lovely co-host, the AFK Otter. Alright, and we are back. Hey, Showa. Good time zone there, lovey. Also, massive grats for earlier. I saw you got first in the balloon pop. Sure. Yes, I am working on that plot. Although I'm not sure exactly what you're inferring by that. What? I think I just realized that we did not float these high enough. Nowhere near. Because basically, uh, we're going to be. So the concept is that we're going to be floating the lanterns up, and then we're going to be sinking all the pillars into the ground. So actually, we probably should. I mean, tack on as much extra height as possible, I guess. I think that should do it. For the most part, anyway. Alright, so we can make this. Sorry. We can make this easier on ourselves by just picking a corner of our pillars and then just, placing all of the lanterns in that corner. I mean, in concept, it seemed like a good idea. Mm-hmm. And now, this is the fun part. There we go. Which, um, I think that should work. Not even close. The heck? Oh, what am I'm adorable. just so we could have like a um, marker. Oh no, I, I was just looking at the wrong pillar. There we go. You know, Zoe, you say that, but there are days where I do get a bit. What's the right word I'm looking for here? I don't know. Wistful for the days when things were simpler. Because, like, yeah, I can do this, but it does take a lot of my energy. And sometimes I'm just like, I wish the game just let us do the things we want. Sometimes. What if? I know it's a crazy concept, S6, but It's not bad. Sorry. Sorry, everybody. Let me push this. Build it. That is the worst. Oh, on the plus side, thank you for the idea. I know you weren't aiming to give me an idea, but, thanks all the same. Pretty much. Teamwork. um, how do we use something like this to make what I want? It should work. Emphasis on the should. Alright. I think for starters, we need to come to terms with just how chonky these boys are. Well, these lanterns are, because they're biggins. Okay. So, they don't quite take up a full square, but pretty dang close. So, like, I think I made this. I want to say in my infinite wisdom, biggest air quotes there. In my infinite air quotes wisdom, I made this 3 meters long, which do not ask me why. It just kind of happened. No, not three. Hey, Seraph. 5. 5 meters. How's your day going, Lovey? Ugh. And this is the exact reason why we're chopping wood. How am I doing today? I'm doing okay. A little bit sleepy, but all in all, pretty good. How are you doing, Lovey? Oh, sorry. I just saw your message as I turned and as I was saying that. Glad to hear you're doing good. In the morning off. That's fantastic to hear. Yeah, I was. Or it's kind of a twofer for me. I have a terrible memory, and just I'm a very affectionate person. So just by and large, I I grew up in a very loving household. So you're not a fan of being called Lovey? Oh, okay. My skin looks delicious. Oh, thank you very much for the compliment. I'm. uh, Personally, I only can take that as a compliment. Aside from I'm trying my best to keep my composure and not blush. uh, what is the routine? Um, Nothing to. I'm the worst to ask about this, like any skincare routine. I jump in the shower. I am a typical guy, and like the worst kind. I use like my body wash for facial cleanser. If I'm if I'm having like a particularly or if my face is particularly oily that day, I will occasionally use like shampoo. just to get a bit of the oil off. And then I have I have a sea sponge. So I guess I can't really say that I don't have a routine. So yeah, I have I like it's a natural, like, if you've seen those all natural sea sponges, I switched from using like the synthetic loofah to that a year or two ago, and so I use that for exfoliation, and um yeah, it's pretty good. But yeah, beyond that, I also just have a cocktail of Western European and uh, Western European, French, Welsh, Irish. Basically, everything in the the UK except England is in my gene pool, as I found out. So yeah, it was a very eye-opening experience. And thank you. I just kind of I showered last night and then like took a nap, and I woke up and my hair was like this, and I was like, it's actually kind of cute. I always pick the tricky ground to sink or manipulate. Uh, Pro tip, Zoe, you don't, or do your work somewhere else and then move it into position. Sorry, I said that kind of kind of fast, but yeah. So kind of like at the front of our plot, the frog burk that we did the other day. And how we like moved that into position. For that, I would suggest using platform syncing, actually, if you're not already doing that. I'm not sure if I still have some. Also, Joa, I did see your message, and once we touch on this, I'm definitely down for that. I'm not sure if there's anything surviving. because I did do some prototype like I was toying around with some like chain link fencing. Oh, fair enough. I must have picked up the... Mm, sorry, hold please. Just need to make this cooperate. We might need to move that tree though. So like so. And it's okay, so questions technically take priority over um, plot visits. And then today's kind of weird because we are doing a bit of farming for Maji-Market. Silly Maji-Market. Let's pop over to testing plot. Just so we can demonstrate how to do this. Although it is almost time for balloon pop, everybody. So for what we're going to do, having I forgot to get you're going to want either sandstone or wood slab pavers. Investigator doormat. Why is that rug so good? It's due to how thick it is. It's the one that I had the most success with. That's that's literally the only reason. I want builder's walls. We're going to go with builder's crates instead of builder's pillars attached to our shelf. And that's just due to the changes that S6 made recently. And we're going to go for the smallest of both pavers. And put a floor on top of each paver, then attach it to the crate by group selecting another floor. So you should have your pavers hovering in midair, like so. We're at 740. And now you should be able to place things, you did it right, on your rug. And that's our goal. So when we flip it upside down. Thank you very much. After flipping it upside down, you can place that upside down on that grid. Then same thing, we just move it over. I knew there was a way we could see the grid. And there it is. We will finish this example after the Maji-Market. Actually, we have time. Because it's super simple. After you have your pillar attached, you just flip it right side up. Put down your terrace piece, whichever size of terrace piece you want to use. You don't need to use a small one, you can use a big one. Just if you are using a big one, you want to have more space away from your shelf. Now what we're going to do is we're going to place our terrace piece on something called a bumper. It doesn't need to be the Ravenwood floor deco. It's just the original bumper. You can use a paver, you can use literally anything. And when we bump it, that just helps us be able to grab it via this floor tile over here. And then we're just going to attach it to our pillar over here. And now we have our terrace piece that goes underground. Or if you prefer the simpler version, you can just directly attach by group selecting your wood floor, and you can just attach directly to the pillar. That's the other version. Alright, now let's hit up the Maji-Market. Then of course, you can add more pillars or less pillars to give you more of a sink. Well, that being, I just said less pillars. You can't really go less than one pillar, but you can raise your platform higher on the pillar that we had, and that's how you would have a shallower sink. Mm. So yeah, and when we get back, I can also show you another reason why this version is nice. Because I demonstrated with only, or like using one terrace piece, but you can attach multiple terrace pieces to your pillar at the same time that will be at the same level, as long as you do it in the same group select. So yeah, we just made it in time for the balloon pop. Oof. Oh, we missed that blue balloon. Sadness. It's okay. I think we. Oh, Lord. No. What? That sucks. We just accidentally fall in the water and they boot us all the way back by the. Okay. Was there some kind of exploit that involved jumping in the water that I didn't know about? Is I can't think of any other reason why they would do that. Well, even with our mishap of falling in the water, we still theoretically managed to get a nice chunk. I'm sorry, what? Maybe they sat on their controller. I think you misheard me. Um, like when I fell in the water, um, the system sent me back to like this, they're like by the travel board. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm wondering if that's a bug or if that's on purpose. Okay. Maybe it's just because it was during the balloon pop. Hmm. Interesting. Or maybe it's because it was so close to when I spawned in. But yeah, I also don't really remember it doing that either. All good. See you. All right, let's get them chappas. Or Chase, I guess. Hey, Miss Maybe. Always lovely to say that bodacious, beautiful bee booty. Hopefully your day is going beautifully. Ah, that's great to hear. And ignore the bot. We we offset the self-care break because of Maji-Market this week. Ah, no, no. Come back, Chappa. There we go. But yeah, that is great to hear. About hitting your. I didn't hear exactly what was the number you guys were aiming for. I'm still grats all around, but well, no, I know you guys were raising money for St. Jude's. I just was not sure what benchmark you guys were aiming for. 1,500. That's amazing. Congratulations. Started as 500 and just went up. That's amazing. That's definitely always very heartwarming to see when a community comes together like that. I know whenever I do the, uh, or yeah, when I did the like behind the lashes, great like Pallion mining. Oh my gosh, my brain is stalling out. Yeah, Pallia charity event. Thank you. Or charity hunt. Uh, it's it's always very heartwarming when the uh, community around here supports that charity. Because it's very near and dear to me. And I'm so bad for uh, fundraising. I have no idea why, but I just am. I did it when I was younger. I like although when I say younger, I mean like 10 or 11 maybe. Like I did like shave your lid for a kid, and I like went around my neighborhood, and uh I think I just went door to door, and I raised like $400 or $500 doing that. Um but now that I'm an adult, I'm just like social anxiety of it all. Tells me why. I guess just, you know, you're a kid, you're fearless. Here, let's just go for theoretically a deeper float this time. Well, Please do not force yourself to hang out with us, darling. I do appreciate you being here, but I definitely do not want to see someone as lovely as yourself burn themselves out. Oh, sugar. I missed the notification for the ad break. It's coming now. I'm going to switch to the Be Right Back screen. All right, and we should be back. Hmm. Hopefully, everybody took a moment to, you know, do whatever their body was telling them that they needed. Personally, I grabbed some carbs. And so this is what I was mentioning before we had went over to the Maji-Market. That if we perform a group select, sorry, here we go. If we perform a group select, with a line, or just, I mean, it doesn't have to be a line, but just interconnected pieces of yardwork terrace pieces. We can connect them to our building block, or our building blocks. In this case, using them as our sinking platform. We might have went a little bit too deep with that rim shot, but yeah. Now you kind of get the idea. At least, hopefully. And I was going to mention the benefit to doing it this way as opposed to like traditional sinking. And the benefit is, of course, that you can alter the layout of your lights if you decide that you don't like them, or if you want to change them, you decide you want to have them curved, if you want to play with levels, this, that, the other thing, you can do that. So I mean, there didn't really seem to be too much intrigue about it, but I mean, I can if requested. It's one of those things. Okay, let me make a note. For sure. Which, and to be fair, it was like there were so many moving parts in that one, and I think at one part of it, I think I did just start rage decorate, or rage creating, which is never good for people trying to learn. Uh, the garden that Milady is referring to, of course, is this one. If anyone's curious. Which I'm not sure if maybe is still here. She might be. She might have had to pop out. Which is fine. She can see the tutorial. Although I just remembered that when I popped on to Twitch this morning. Yeah, I did. I totally forgot to publish yesterday's VOD. But that's fixed now. Look like mice are carrying strings of lights to enter. That sounds really cool. But yeah, for this, it's going to be... I mean, for anyone... Oh, thank you for reminding me. No, it's not. Joa, Joa posted their plot. Mice are carrying a string of lights to enter. I'm trying so hard to figure out what movie you're referencing. But I'm coming at a loss, or I'm coming up short. Right. I think you did mention Secret of Nim before. Or someone did. What? Yeah, no, I think it was you that mentioned Secret of Nim. But yes, this is Joa's Scrapworks. Definitely has made a lot of progress since we've seen it last. Hmm. Um, no, it doesn't. Joa was very clever here. Um, yeah, you see it? Yeah. uh, which, uh, wish Joe was here so I can chastise him for doing this before I got the chance to. But we just happen to have the same idea. Um, and yeah, for anyone that doesn't see it, watching now or in the future, that Joa has embedded a Paltech ceiling fan within the, oh my gosh, Builder's Stamp Mill. Still have mixed feelings about the frog. But we'll leave it at that. And the reason why I have mixed feelings about it, and I continue to mention that I have mixed feelings about it, is that someone shared with me uh, that someone in the trade chat was like reporting people for exploiting with and being exploit adjacent. And I'm just like, oh, well, where was all of this when frog money was happening? Holy double standard. And this right here legitimizes it. So it makes players under the impression that it's a-okay to use exploits. And I've already mentioned my feelings on the matter, that play the game how you want, and I feel that players should not judge other people for playing the game how they would like. So but at the same time, diverting time and resources to legitimize and not just legitimize but memorialize an exploit when just over a year ago, or last January, last February, people received emails saying that their accounts would be banned permanently if they engaged in that behavior again. So, like getting mixed signals here, S6. The yeah, the frog thing is available for purchase over where the exploit happened. Yeah. Or sorry. Or sorry, that wasn't a question. Sorry for going off on the rant. This is fabulous over here. Love how this looks. Yeah, it is purchasable for and by all, which is nice. That being said, anyone who didn't participate in the exploit doesn't have the massive amount of gold required for buying multiple of it. Yeah, the rune look is definitely coming through very, very nicely, Joa. I definitely like the makeshift research lab over here. Not to like pivot hardcore, but yeah. We are like walking through a really nice design. That's interesting. That's cool. I love how that turned out. Ah, yeah, and then this one. So cool. Oh, okay. I was just like, what is openable? But it's yeah. I see. Nice. Sorry. I'm sorry. It's one of those don't look behind the curtain. That was my honestly, that was my Valentine's Day plot. Like 100%. It was like I made like this basin around the um what was it? Around the conservatory, but like do not go beyond the basin for the love of all that's good. It's up there. It's our lovely Joa. And to be honest, there's a lot that you can do with simple glitches. And if I'm being, or more so, like, how do I say this? Yeah, I love the blacksmith too. So much of glitching comes to like the combination of things. Oh yeah, so all you really need is to, or not need, but group select if you wanted to do more. Well, sorry, Seraph, you don't need to do it all at once. I mean, you don't even really need to do it all. You can do it little by little. Especially because like some tricks are definitely easier than others. Depending if you are playing on PC or console. If you're playing on console, I would suggest to your knowledge extends to inventory flicking, some item cancellation. Okay. I Seraph, my dear. That yeah, as as Zoe just mentioned, as just said, you you know more than you give yourself credit for. Like, uh, yeah, because like, and in that, I think a lot of it is like application rather than uh, which I mean, application is where I come in because like when like something I was discussing with Drake Lance the other day was actually touching on the topic that was brought up regarding naming conventions and kind of agreeing that maybe looking into how no, do not. Okay, sorry, there was a JK in there, but good. Because I do kind of agree that maybe it might be time to like revisit how exactly we name things. And I did how you kind of went into talking about uh like Latin names and the taxonomy. Sorry, I always say that word wrong. It's one of those words that I've always seen written but never heard spoken. Uh, Fantastic. um, and I'll be honest, I meant to go back and reread the entirety of the thread of what had like transpired over the few days, but I didn't get through it all. So this concept probably already came up. Um, but revisiting our naming conventions to be more in line with kind of like how like scientific animal names are. So how there's like genus, species, subspecies. So we would have like item cancellation float, item cancellation sink, item cancellation indoor tree, item cancellation merge. Because all of those subclassifications or like all those tricks you use item cancellation for. And that's something that so many people seem to have misconceptions about, that they're just like, I know how to float, but what about item cancellation? I'm just like, you are doing an item cancellation when you are about to perform a float, unless you are, sorry, unless you're performing a two-person float, which is possible because you can do a float with two people. But in that case, that's where we would have a different genus, and that would be synchronized, because that would be synchronized placement, synchronized float, synchronized sync, because those are all techniques that can be done. So it just yeah, and that is kind of where I felt or how I thought it might go. Sadly, the one that does kind of fall apart with the naming convention is where we're like talking about bumping, because there are subclass or like tricks in regards to bumping, and then it's like bumping rotational, which it's okay. They can't all be winners. Um, but yeah, Thank you. I did take a while to compose that. let me see if I can find or I'll pull up the entire spiel. Right. I follow some. So like I said before, um, about uh, following something similar to the scientific naming convention for animals, i.e., genus, species, subspecies. So instead, it would be more principal glitch or trick. And the reason why I say principal glitch or trick is because it's kind of fuzzy as to if we consider group select a glitch, because it technically is a core function in the game. Um, moving on. And then secondary techniques slash tricks, and then tertiary techniques slash tricks. And the reason why there's tertiary techniques slash tricks is because, of course, we do have item cancellation, float, rotational. So and this is how my brain works. I like my spreadsheets. I like my boxes. And yeah. Hopefully um sorry, my brain just stalled out there for a second. I think I need more caffeine. um Hopefully once I have all of these terms down, or not terms, but classifications down in a spreadsheet, for everyone to see, it'll help everyone understand a bit more, I guess. That's the hope anyway. That would be greatly appreciated. Definitely, when it comes to like uh, um, having things proofread, I like before having things finalized, I am going to try to have more community input in that regard to make sure that things make sense. Because in the past, it was much um like back when I was doing like the work for the solo float stuff. It was pretty much just me and Voidness in a metaphorical lab working things out. But things have thus expanded since then. 8 p.m. ish. Oh, yes, right. Thank you for the heads up. I'll definitely head your way. Does anybody else? Yes, I can. I'll do that before we head over. Wrong one. There we go. Sounds good, hon. Yeah, I try to hide that side of myself. I a little bit. Um, can I? Oh no, I. Okay, we're actually sorry. Um, yeah, Drake Lance, just leave that party. I'm gonna start another party, I guess. I tried. The only options it was giving me were unfriend you, and I was just like, please no. Yeah, absolutely not. Um, my brain is stalling out. Yeah, I I grew up with two teachers. So my grandmother was a retired teacher, and my mother was an active teacher who then left teaching to homeschool me. So yeah, I definitely feel the grammar. Can't really say that word anymore. Actually, it was never okay to say that word. Grammar authoritarian works though. I mean, you could just say grammar fascist, but still no. I don't think that'll get me demonetized, but you never know. It is Amazon. Fair enough. Um, what? Hmm. Did we not log in Or oh, that's where the why is oh, okay. So you can't do it if the person is offline, apparently. That's so stupid. Let's say lovey. Um, I just went to the Whoa, that's weird. I went to the option to like. Here, I'll show you. So it gives me the option to kick Drakelands from my party. Um, but and then I went to like party, and then so this option was not there when I jumped or when I clicked on your name. But yeah, but it's okay. Oh, let's go. Jeez, me Pete's. It's utter chaos. I don't think we hit that heckin' blue balloon because of the flags were in the way. Goody. Oh, we got that one at least. Oh, there was another one. I'm sorry, what? That was that was nonsense. Thank you, thank you very much for the well done's. Just there was a lot of blue balloons in that round. Something like that, along with like two that spawned in like right before the buzzer went. That round was legitimately shady. Well, let's see how the Chappas go, I guess. If that were the case, we would see a consistent buff across the board, not just in specific instances. Although I like your wishful thinking or positive thinking. Um, but I mean, it would be nice if they updated or if they like fixed it to be better. Is like if you watch like the trailer for how the balloon pop is supposed to be, like there's a ton of blue balloons that are supposed to spawn in the according to the trailer. I know I'm just being a shiitake mushroom. Shiitake mushroom? Oh my gosh. That's a graphic I should make. Yeah, a shiitake mushroom. I don't even care that I'm doing so badly at Chappa Chase because I'm so pleased with myself with that very, very bad joke. Ah. Ah. Come on. There we go. Okay. Explain the tiger later. Yeah, 100%. Hmm. Mine. Sweet. We got 6,070 tickets. Fantastic. That does mean that we have just enough tickets to guarantee us a claw machine token or a clock in, if you rather. We did not get the turnip. Ultimate sadness. That's okay. Well, it was worth a shot. I didn't think it was possible, but you know, they're 50 gold, so. Alright, it's time for. It's time for our self care break, which means I'm gonna go do some stretches. And out of curiosity, would anybody like to trade this little Cernuk for a little carrot or a little turnip? Don't everybody jump at once. It's okay if you say no. Anyways, see everybody in a few minutes. Welcome back, everyone. Sorry, my roommate gave me these like caffeine pouches, and I always have the a heck of a time finding like the right place for them to sit. Okay. Right, that's what we were doing before all that. We were working on her lanterns. Ah, welcome back there, Zoe. Okay, let me just want to double check that we do have the right measurement. Yep, 5 meters. Hmm. Ooh. Okay. So there we go. Just need a shelf. Hmm. 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 There we go. Now we just need a go home plate of some kind. And up we go. Or Sorry. My sounds like my roommate locked himself out. But he's okay. So I don't mind the sound. Yes, of course. Okay. Small lantern. Oh, interesting. I'm not complaining. I'm 90% sure these lanterns used to take fabric at some point. Or I might be mixing them up with just the banners. But I'm definitely not complaining. Yeah, I'm right there with you. And I mean, in all actuality, it does make thematic sense because they technically are paper lanterns, or like they're modeled after paper lanterns. So, I mean, that also being said, these ones, however, do kind of look like they are using fabric. So, who the heck really knows? You'd rather silk? I would rather something nicer if it was using silk. Yeah. That being said, if it was like something like this that we could craft and it used silk, 100% I would craft that until the cows came home. Or I guess, sorry, until the Ormus came home. Always happy to help there. Drink. Fiddlesticks. Okay. That's not too bad. Still by no means what I was aiming for. But, you know, slowly we're getting closer, I think. Um so at the moment, uh I all of those lanterns are anchored to this one crate, to which I then hid underground. And if you give me a second, Mr. Drake, I will see about finding a reference image. I can't remember. Right, there was a. There we go, the plate. That moment where you're just like, how in the heck did I do that? And it's bad when I say that. And we just did this like a little while ago. That right there, that's when you know we're in trouble. Picking up everything in sight. I mean, not yet, but we're getting pretty close. Okay. Now let's see about finding a reference image for what exactly we are going for. So I think I do actually have a couple of file folders. Hmm. Yeah, that kind of works. Sure. So this one is from an sorry, there's no way to say this without laughing. It's from an anime called Komi Can't Communicate. It is a fabulous anime. Highly recommend. Yeah, it is. Uh, the central plot point, or it centers around uh, the main character of Komi, who has severe social anxiety to the point where she can't communicate with other people. Hence the name. Here we go. So this one, so this is a screenshot from their Oban episode. I'm pretty sure I'm pronouncing that correctly. If I'm not pronouncing that correctly, someone please correct me. But Oban is their summer lantern festival. And this is something that I have been wanting to make for a while, which is basically what it looks like, a bunch of lanterns all strung together. And I, at one point, had attempted to like string these suckers together. I think I actually even tried that on stream. It did not go well. So, well, here we are. Thanks. It's probably like one of my like top items that I wish was in the game. Uh, and that's literally like uh just a piece of rope and it would count Now, in a perfect world, it would have the Omni surface from the Winterlight's Red Present on it. In a perfect world. Because that would give players the most freedom to use it. And that way, you could hang lanterns from it, you could hang wall lamps from it. Around Christmas time, you could decorate the rope with garland or the wreaths. Yeah, me too sometimes. I yeah. um at one point had I had attempted to like ask one of the developers about like getting the Winterlight's Red Present surface onto another item, and she was just like, that doesn't sound right. And she's just like, sounds like somebody ticked a few too many boxes when making that item. And I was just like, I'm sorry, wait, there are boxes that can be ticked? And then she realized what she said, and she's like, nope, that was an analogy. There are not literally, like, it's not that easy. It's not like, cannot just go in and flip a switch. and yeah, she yeah. Oh, that being said, after like going in and like looking at the coding, I'm actually not too sure. Because like the re like I I looked at like the back end coding for uh like the gazebo and the windmill and like other standalone structures. The or sorry, like windmill, gazebo. Let's see this. Yep. So the difference between those and like say houses, how these snap to cardinal points, is that there is literally a limitation in the lines of code for these standalone structures that doesn't exist with these other standalone structures. So if you were to just delete that line of code that limits these standalone structures so it matches these other standalone structures, these would no longer snap to cardinal points. and like literally everyone would be happier. And I submitted this as feedback. I'm not just a, you know, I'm not just a talking, well, 2/3 of a tiny dragon. Yeah, I'm down. Thank you for the reminder. Oh yeah, it's all good. I was just checking to see. I don't even think there is anything you can buy for 70 tickets. That and like the like stat wise, the chances that you would get a coin from a 70 ticket buy are so low. Okay, Harold, you have yourself a great night. Thank you so much for joining. As always, darling. Maybe, sorry. Maybe they could do a Maji-Market decor set like the Elderwoods decor set. I'm um oh, you mean like the oh. I mean, sure. Um I'm definitely not holding my breath for that. And even more so, I'm not holding my breath that it would be craftable. Like, yeah. They seem to be so against like giving decor recipes at the Maji-Market. Like they seem to be like physically allergic. Like not not metaphorically, like physically. Like someone there will go into anaphylactic shock. And we'll need to like get like an EpiPen out. Is like they keep giving us heckin' plush items, and I've basically just given up on submitting feedback regarding getting Maji-Market decor recipes. Because, well, I value my time. Oh, biscuits. But yeah, once we finish this round of Maji-Market, because that will put us at 2 o'clock. Well, 2 o'clock my time. I think we are going to shift into the and more section of today. Because I did mention yesterday how we were, or how I was going to start Hello Kitty Island Adventure. And I did pick that up this morning. And it's all downloaded on my computer, so it is ready to go. I have not started it. So it'll be first time reactions and everything. Yeah, 100%. Almost missed those ones. Jeez. Oh, 50 seconds. Okay. All right, so we're almost done here. 15 seconds left. Here we go. All right. Oh my gosh, it actually took a second. So, how can we help? Although, we will have the self-care break coming up pretty shortly. An awning for the Kilima porch. Using the builder bridge or stairs. Okay. I mean, it's kind of half dozen, 6 to 1, half dozen the other. rather than I mean, that being said, when talking about like a awning per se, most are made of fabric, but that's just me being nitpicky. I get what you mean though. So it really comes to personal preference. Are you wanting something that like comes down in a slant, or do you want something that comes up straight? Yeah. Uh, Although the self care break is coming uh, like right now, so I'm just gonna pop out here, head to the Be Right Back screen, and we'll go over how you can do it with either or when we get back. See you shortly. Okay, and we're back. And before we left for the self-care break there, we got a bit of confirmation, or not confirmation, but clarification. That's what I was looking for. As to what we were going for with our awning. And which, now that I think about it, I think awning might still be the correct word for like permanent ones. Yeah, you can 100% have a timber frame awning. So, the more you know. It was, yeah, just one of those things when I was like took my step away, and I was just like, now that I think about it, I think they both are called awnings. And then yeah, I they are. They're um the one would just be like, generally speaking, the cloth one is it's retractable and well, retractable and or collapsible. Uh, it, in a nutshell, it's meant to be stored and or something that's temporary that you take down in the winter. Whereas, obviously wooden ones are much more durable, so you don't need to. Okay, so we have building blocks. We just need a shelf. Because we do love our shelf. How close can we get to the roof with these guys? Not very. Yeah, I didn't think we could. Can't tell. It's been a while since I've done any work with an actual house. Um, so to answer your question, personally, I would probably use the bridge pieces. Now it because of what S6 has done, this is going to be a little bit trickier because of course X6 had to ruin a good thing that we had going for us. How are we going to make this work? Just one sec. It can't be that simple. Or apparently it can. I don't care. I'm not going to question it. Mm, why am I having such a time with this? That goes so. Like 0 to sharp so quickly. But oh, okay, that's not too bad. Thank you. It's a tad tall. It's all good. Uh I did do a lot. And if I'm being honest, of all the things that you listed that you were familiar with, I did none of them. And I apologize. Actually, no. Um, this right here is a variation on the 1 cup technique. Sweet. Excellent. So, uh, however, from there, um, because you at no point mentioned being familiar with like group select tricks beyond like 1 cup, which like this up here was all connected together using Um, sorry. I don't think it never really got named, but it's the group select trick that uh, Drake Lance and I did a bunch of testing on after Kelly published her work on the group select anchorless floating and anchorless sinking last year. And then that sent us down like a rabbit hole of like, oh, if that works, then that means that we can do all this nonsense with group select. So like, yeah, yeah, the anchorless floating with uh sorry, I should back up. If anybody that is in here has watched like the anchorless float video that I have, uh like to do that has like the Winterlight's Red Present, that one doesn't work anymore. Um, but I think there should be like some stream footage on my YouTube channel that involves like the two shelves. It's a whole thing. But I think I'm pretty sure I can still do it. Although the easiest way to do it these days is with banners, believe it or not. Um, I find the investigator banner is the easiest. Although I say easiest, I should put air quotes, easiest. And here's why I should put air quotes. It's because we want to use crates for this. However, the crate is not going to accept the placement unless it's in a stack of two or more. Don't ask me why it does that. I don't know. But yeah, if you use the banner on the crate, it won't do. Here, I'll show you what happens if you use a shelf instead. So this is what the original version was. Oh sure, now that I'm doing an example, it doesn't want to do the craziness. Well, fine then. Anyone who's familiar with this trick is probably familiar with the shelf jumping into wild spots. But whatever. Just wants to make me look foolish, I guess. In any case, the whole reason we have this nonsense going on is primarily so we can do the anchorless sinking. Oh, you just don't want to accept placement. Hmm. Gotta love it when it just makes me want to look like a fool. Quel dommage. Let me grab a table. So the trick is that you place something on the wall, and then you grab your second piece, and then you pick your sink height, and now group select is going to grab what it views as the lowest point. And now, here's where it gets a bit literally topsy-turvy with this trick, is that the lowest point is the highest point. So our floor here. Hence why the table sinks. So, yeah. It's utter nonsense. Welcome on into the chat there, Ragtag Poet. No need to be sorry, hun. Let's see if we can make it work without the Umbran piece. I was a little bit worried using that. I mean, in actuality, the only thing that really happens with not having the Umbran piece is that your middle bits here are a little bit on the thick side. That's all. You made one? Wait, what? So you, and yeah, so this should all group select as one piece. Oh, you have a petite platform now. Fantastic. Is that what it's literally called? Un petit. I guess someone in coding thought they were being funny. That or they literally don't understand French. Yeah, that one makes my eye twitch anytime I see that. Uh, so I'm gonna back it up a bit to this bit. Because this one isn't exactly, that's the wrong one. This one isn't exactly a hard group select trick. But I did do it quickly. So when you have your petite platform, on the short end of it, you're going to put a builder's wood wall. And then we're going to put another builder's wood wall intersecting with it, but on the ground. And group selecting that wood wall down here is how we get it up onto our pillar that is on the shelf, rotated 90 degrees. And at which point you'll have something looking kind of like a giant Champa Pop. What? Yeah. You're all welcome for that one. Now none of you will be able to see anything else. That's all good. Yes, but yeah, you are going to want to group select it up onto the pillar. Sorry. I can slow down. Or let me rephrase that. I will try to slow down. You wanted to build a cave house, but with a floor. It's all good. Uh, sorry, I'm trying to figure out how to pronounce your name. Is it Tirota? I feel like I did that. I feel like I pronounced it wrong. did get it right. Okay. Fantastic. Um, sorry, where was my place? Once it's placed on the pillar, let me go back here, just so we can do that again. So we have our wall here, our wall here. And the reason why we're making this tool, which that is what this is for, is we're just making a tool that's going to help us ignore collision. Because yet again, we need to make a new tool. And this is something that both console players and PC players can do. Just for console players, instead of pressing Alt, you guys are going to be using your left trigger to activate your group select. So yeah, and that's when you are going to, when you have this all moving as one piece, then yes, you're going to place it up on the pillar. And this guy over here is going to allow us to ignore collision with our bridge pieces. So we target the petite platform. If you need a little bit of height, just stand on the bridge. Just make sure the petite platform is targeted. And then use group select again. And you'll notice that you can glide inside of your other bridge pieces now. And you won't get the something is in the way message. And now the next bit, which we're actually going to do something a little bit different with this version than the version I did before. So we're actually going to embed a builder's crate inside of our bridge here by targeting the Umbran platform again. And that should, with any luck, there isn't enough room. Sugar. We have to move everything over. Let's try it again. Because we're making it so large. But yeah, so embedding it inside here will now make it so when we group select everything, once we've built our circuit, and we place it on the pillar, instead of having it like this one, that it'll be super far away from the pillar, it'll be much closer. So this is where the other trick comes in. How I mentioned like building a circuit. Um, so you're placing wall on the Umbran platform, and then we're putting a second wall on the ground. So first wall on the platform, second wall on the ground. And then the pillar is going to be on the shelf. Yeah, I always prefer the term circuit when we're talking about group select. Um, Mainly due to the fact that, like, if things aren't like if things aren't selecting, then the circuit isn't meshing, and you just need to keep connecting everything together until you have everything moving. If that makes sense. Exactly, yeah. Gotta close that circuit. And thank you for the reminder there, Crimson. And just like, you know, electrical circuits, some can be very simple, and some circuits can be very complicated. Heck, you should see some of the group select pieces that I've done in the past that, oh, Nelly. Or, well, I mean, if you watch me for long enough, you probably will see them. So, hey, Seraph, how are you making out on your end? Just out of curiosity. Um, you mentioned that the pillar isn't attaching. That kind of sounds like you might have, which is something that I forget to do sometimes, is forgetting to hit the group select button, or I accidentally hit shift instead of group, or I accidentally hit shift instead of alt. The wall is going through the pillar. But like, um, it's not taking the platform with it. The grid shouldn't really matter. But it's all good. Thank you for. I do appreciate trying to help. But hmm. Ye- so we we want to have the pillar. Um, we want to have the pillar rotated before we do anything with the platform. It's like it's prep work. Unless you're already way past this. So that's already turned. So you're over here. So you have this already made, yes. Is this what you mean? I'm behind. That's a new feeling. Are you? I mean, that's okay. As long as we can figure out where we both are in the process, that's the important bit. Okay. So, so we have the pillar rotated, and then so the prep work is done. And we have our two walls over here. And right here is where we group select that wall that's on the ground. Because we have one wall that's right here on the ground. If we group select the wall that's on the ground without this wall up here, the circuit's broken. But if we move it into position touching the other wall, the circuit's connected. And our group select button will grab everything and allow us to place it up on that pillar. Oh, sugar. Oh, don't worry about that message. We're still offset by about 5 minutes. So. So were you able to get that group select to work? Hmm. You don't you don't know what's going on? I were you able to uh um a substitute for the investigator rug? Do you have the bellflower rug? That one can work. You have that one. Um, were you were you able to make this bit, Seraph? Do you have me in game? Maybe I can come over and see what's going on. Do you mind? Or I don't want you to have to. Yeah, I had a feeling. Um, do you mind reminding me which do you play on PC or console, hun? Not that it really matters. It works same on both. I was pretty sure you played on PC. On, oh, Steam Deck. Right. You're one of my few Steam Deck users. But you use mouse and keyboard. Okay, so yeah. So your inputs should match mine. Here. Um, just oof. So thought you were a part of UPH. I guess not. Do you want to add me in game and I can come over and see where there might have been some disconnect? Because I get the feeling that you might not be the only person where something might have gotten lost in translation. So, if I can come over and help you figure it out, I'll probably help somebody else figure it out as well. Oh, son of a biscuit. Hold, please. I just need to clean out some of the alts from uh oh my gosh. From the old friends list. There we go. I knew there was still one. It's all good. Oh, in I'm guessing in-game name. Uh oh. Oh, autocorrect. Why is autocorrect always the worst? Okay. It's adorable. Okay. Yeah, here we go. Sorry. Can I also has permissions, please? Ooh, this is actually going to be interesting. Hmm. Ooh, I do. We're gonna snooze. Anka. Um, is I was working in a different orientation. I'm wondering if that matters. There we go. So try group selecting that now and placing it just up on that pillar. Hmm. Hmm. I think you missed a pillar. I think I see the issue. Yeah. There we go. Oh, sugar, oat sweet tea and biscuits. Okay. Let's move this away from sorry, I'm just gonna move this away from the other stuff. And we're just gonna move this away from the other stuff. Just if we group select right now, it's gonna cause a lot of really bad stuff to happen. So here, so watch when I do it. We're gonna put it up there. So it should be up off the ground. Welcome into chat. Um, we're just gonna go with king. Um, quick question. Try to. So your issue is literally that you're pressing your mouse. Um, when when performing item cancellations, which I assume is what you're trying to do, or ghosting, uh, as other people call it. Hey, there we go. Looks like you got it. You just want to press your hotbar and make sure that it's a decor item. So if you there are items that will fire off the action bar item used function. Yeah, awesome. Proud of you. Um, and those items are seeds, fertilizer. I think that's it. And if you press seeds or fertilizer, it will fire off. It will use the action bar item use, but it will cause your uh, item cancellation to fail. Fun fact. So make sure that you're using either a decor item or a wallpaper, a flooring tile, roofing tile, any of those things work. You can use star quality food, star quality fish. As long as it can be placed as decor, you can use it for the trick. So, and yeah, make sure you don't press your mouse. So yeah, from here, okay, we're using our last snooze. From here, my dear. Now you're free to here, let's take these guys out of the way. Now you can group select by targeting. Move this one out of the way. But yeah. So target the petite platform and use your group select and move it into position. You might need to stand on the platform to actually like get at it. Outside, inside of a large room. Okay, so that sounds like you're trying to do obstacle flicking, which is a whole other thing. Fair enough. Yeah. Which perfectly fine. And yeah, whoever mentioned like pressing the mouse at the same time. I mean, they're not wrong entirely. Hey, that looks great. Um, sorry, trying to do two things at once here, and failing at both. Uh, oh my gosh. Sorry. This looks amazing, Seraph. Sorry, ADHD moment. But let me pop back to my plot so I can show you the next step there, Seraph. Yeah, right? I can't wait to see this plot when there's more to it. But yeah, if you don't mind hanging on there, King, I'm just helping out Seraph with a little project that they have. And after that, we can 100% go over obstacle flicking. What item are you trying to get inside, by the way? Out of curiosity. Is depending on which one it is, you might need to use obstacle flicking for it. You might not need to use it. Oh, shoot. All right. I'm out of snoozes. So we the the self-care break is coming, and I can no longer delay it. So I'm gonna switch over to the Be Right Back screen. And I'll see everybody in a few minutes. Um, that's, so that is basically stop putting them on building blocks. That's what's happening. There's no way to stop that, sadly. Sorry. Uh, oh, King. You just voiced the exact same feeling that all of us have every single day. Oh, yeah. Lila has some amazing work, which that that reminds me. Um, no sugar. It's been meaning to update my subscriptions. Because if you go to the bottom of the China Dragon YouTube channel, you should be able to check out who I subscribe to. And Layla is, or sorry, well, Lila is one of them. Okay, but let's finish up this awning. For our lovely Seraph. So once we have our builder's bridge pieces all nicely in a row, we're going to take our tool and place it on a builder's crate. At which point we will use group select while targeting the platform. That's going to allow us to nuzzle that in. So we can line up the pillar with the edge of our bridge. Or you can just as well put it here, or here, or there. The point is, wherever we put this crate, that's where our support beam is going to sit. All right, now we don't really need our tool anymore. And from there, we're just going to start building our group select circuit. Hey, look at that. Our group select circuit is... I prefer to do it grid off, yes. And I'll show you why. I found if I don't do it grid off, it likes to jump into that. It likes to jump into that slot in the middle there. So, yeah, I suppose that was an important bit to mention. So yeah, we're gonna turn our grid off for that. Sorry. Yeah, for anyone unfamiliar with the channel, I'm so bad for skipping steps because they're just second nature to me. Sorry. And or just muscle memory. All right. So once we have the crate in a position that we like, we're going to put another pillar on our shelf, and we're just going to turn it one tick to the right. And that direction that I just gave is assuming the wall is facing in alignment with your bridge pieces. I just remembered how your wall was set up. So, yeah. Although, I think even if your shelf is in a different orientation, you should still just rotate it one to the right. However, just when you go to place your assembly on, you might need to like rotate it around to match the way your pillar is tilting. That's all. Hopefully that made sense. Oh dear. Now, let's just assume that when we press group select, it doesn't pick up all of our bridge pieces. At that point, we're just going to add a bunch of walls in between and keep checking back at our crate until the crate picks up all the pieces of flooring. And when it does pick up all the, or not pieces of flooring, all the bridge pieces. When it picks up all the bridge pieces, then we put down enough walls or flooring or whichever building block you're using. Please don't use pillars for your own sanity. Yeah. When you have all that done, you can group select it all and place it up on your pillar. Oh, sugar. I take it back. It was to the left, not the right. Don't do what Tiny Dragon did. Seraph. This is one of those measure twice, cut once things. If it looks wrong, or I don't know, maybe you would like it tilted upwards. It's a stylistic choice. You're still placing floors? Fair enough. It's a good thing. That's fantastic. I've never been more happy to hear that someone's still placing floors. Because you're actually going to turn to the left. If you want it facing down, like this one is, and you want to turn to the left. If you want something a bit more avant-garde, then at that point you're going to turn to the right. Or maybe you just want to go Looney Tunes and have it all. Hmm. King. Okay. I want to make a bedroom with a little glitch. And I should have mentioned something, King, that there is a way that you can. Oh, wait. You can select the entire thing now? Perfect. So at that point, as I mentioned, if you would like this version, you're going to go one tick to the left. If you'd like this version, you're going to go one tick to the right. So left. And right. Like all things, there's no wrong answer to this. They're both just stylistic choices. Exactly. The pillar goes on the shelf. Depending on which flavor you'd like. Flavor A or flavor B. For A, you go to the left. Flavor B, you go to the right. When you've selected your flavor. I'm so sorry. At that point, you group select. forgot what the item is. You saw a YouTuber do it. Yes, turn the shelf first. Fair enough. I mean, I can. I mean, unless you're talking about Winterlight's red presence, in which case, that's kind of the like the silver bullet for getting ground items inside. In which case, without a fully fledged decor trading system, or it being Winterlight's time, i.e., Christmas. Yeah, because those items still exist. They just only exist on those two times. Or it only exists during Christmas. So, yeah. Oh no. Oh no. You, I mean, it's not the worst thing in the world if you messed up. Did you turn the opposite way like I did here? Unfortunately. Oh, Moonstruck. Thank you for. I mean, it's not the worst. I mean, there are. I mean, there are definitely worse things that could happen. Because, like, you could always just, like, so essentially, this is what happened in a clamshell. But, with an entire assembly of items. So what you could do is just, like, grab another pillar. I know. So in actuality, it being flat is probably the better option. Because, like, even this is, like, not completely unsalvageable. All that I would have to do is just, like, correct it, go one, and then I would, like, over rotate it. And now it's technically the right way. Um, Especially because like a lot of awnings have like angular supports anyway. But on the subject of obstacle flicking, let's see if I can do it on the second plot. Yeah, of course. Um, so to get it, from straight, just one to the left. I'm sorry. What post Discord link? Exclamation point Discord. I have a bot for that. Um, to answer your question, there, King, uh, UPH stands for Unofficial Paleo Housing Discord. It is where you can learn glitching much more in depth and a little less chaotically than here. There are a lot of people who love to help out. Yeah, that's not to say that I don't wish to help. I'm just still trying to figure out how, if that makes sense. Oh, I'm sorry, I just saw your message up there about not knowing how to get your plot open. Here we go. So it's super easy. Do you... It's all good, hon. Um, so depending on whether you play on console or PC, it all comes from this aerial view. And you go up to your security settings. Yeah, Grat Seraph. Sorry. Dang it. There we go. And right, sorry, once the heckin' thing is done. Thank you, Sarah, you're too sweet. There we go. So security settings, they're up here. And this is how you can open, let me talk. You can either have it set to closed, friends, or open. Personally, I personally would never touch open with a 10-foot dragon pole. Because my social anxiety would never allow that. Anyone who has the chutzpah to click the open button, good on you. It's not for this dragon. Absolutely not. Absolutely not, sir. And or ma'am. And or however you self-identify. But no. For the most part, we use this friends button so friends can come over. Over here is also where you can select editors. So whenever people pop over to like help you decorate, and they say, can I have editor permissions? Be careful when giving out editor permissions because editors can chop your trees. Just make sure you know your editors. I cannot stress that enough. That editors can chop your trees down. That being said, they also can help with things like weeding and watering your plants, which is nice, but you know. It's neither here nor there. Personally, my editors are just my boyfriend's account and one of my alts. Hmm. Yeah, I'm not sure if I can get obstacle flicking to work on this plot. Obstacle flicking is like one of the most temperamental glitches in Paleo. And for the most part, I tell people to just not bother with it. Not bother, try find a different solution. Because there are other solutions. Like what Drake Lance brought up the other day. Flinging a landscape piece inside. That was heckin' funny. Because apparently the large landscape or the large terrace piece is like the same height as the floor, at least in the Grand Harvest House. No idea about like. Oh yeah, same for the regular Harvest House. So like, if anyone is familiar with item cancellation, here is a prime example of something that you can do with item cancellation. We would like this terrace piece. inside the harvest house. Or let's say that harvest house. Because we want to do shenanigans. So we grab the terrace piece. We move it away. Perform our item cancellation by pressing our number key. And now we move the harvest house into position. At which point we're going to reload our plot. And now we have our terrace piece that's embedded inside of our house. Spring Fever Pergola. Sweet. So what I just did now, you can do with, or you can get a pergola inside. Where the heck? And that being said, because so more often than not, I am unable to move my house, which fair. More than fair. So let's wait, what? You don't think you have space? You mean like for this terrace piece? I'm confused. Ignore the bot. I think we've now used a total of like actually 4 snoozes today, so the ads are going to be offset by about 20 minutes. Yeah. I figured as much. So yeah, then in that case, what I'm going to show you is what you do in that case. So if you can't move your home because I just performed this yesterday. Now this project does have a bit more open space. However, same issue, cannot move the house. So the solution, attach it to something else, and then toss it, for lack of a better term. But it still involves that item cancellation that I mentioned. How big is your house? I suppose I only have 16 out of 30 on this house, and most of them are, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them are medium. So there are ways of getting without this. Like, you can $20 out of 30. That you have 10 slots. But anyways, you can sync it. You can sync a Yardwork Terrace piece. Wasn't enough height. I mean, almost. I think you get the idea, though. Then outside of that, let's see if obstacle flicking will work on this plot. Oh, well, son of a biscuit. But of course it works on this plot. Obstacle flicking is basically the temperamental teenager of the glitching world. It works when it wants to, but it doesn't when it doesn't. I have a full tutorial on it on my YouTube channel. Basically, whoever told you, someone who is just learning how to do glitching, to do obstacle flicking, we should not be teaching people how to glitch. Because obstacle flicking is not a beginner glitch. And if that sounded harsh about the other person shouldn't be teaching people how to glitch, I'm sorry, but not sorry. Because, yeah, I have seen some people put obstacle flicking on like beginner glitch guides, and I'm just like, in what world? Like, that's how you get people to quit glitching and never go back to glitching, is by telling them that it's a beginner glitch. And then they get a complex that if they can't do this quote unquote beginner glitch, that they now suck and can't do any of them. When in all actuality, this is a very advanced technique. So, yeah. What I'm trying to get at here is maybe, where did I lose you? Because I was moving at like a lightning pace. All of it? Okay, cool. So we're gonna go back. Are you familiar at all with how to sync something? Or let me rephrase that. Do you know how to perform an item cancellation? Or I think you said, I think you called it ghosting before. So I think you are familiar with that. Yes? You tried to sync your kitchen. Took you 4 hours. Oof. Okay. Well, I'm going to teach you something that's going to be a massive time saver for you. And we are going to back it up because it's not the button I wanted to press. So for starters, having pavers is really help. For sure. Yes. For anyone who is not familiar with the pavers, any paver can work, but the square concrete pavers are by far the best. And after I run over here, because I have not done this in a very, very long while. So anyone watching this now or in the future, so over at Leafhopper Hills, we just run over here to the register. Down below all the... Wait, what? Does anybody else see this? Since when was that a thing? Something that some of us wasted a lot of essence for. Don't worry about it. I'm not sure, Zoe. Anyways, it's neither here nor there. No, it's not important to us right now. I'm just gonna... Yeah. So yeah, square concrete paver. These guys are great. They're fantastic. I'll show you why after we hit the home button. We're gonna load back in. Although while we're loading in, I will start to explain. It's because the square concrete pavers have the smallest amount of variance between them. So between their models. They are the closest in size. So when stacking them, you'll notice are very easy to stack. Also, the second reason, the first reason, is the variance is very minute between the different ones. You don't have stone. Oh no. Word to the wise, farm your stone from white stone. Don't go for stone nodes. If you're able to go to Elderwood, go do that. You get so much more stone from doing white stone nodes than doing stone nodes. Yeah. Like, exponentially more. So second reason why we like these pavers. It's because they line up almost near perfectly with our grid lines. So they are kind of like our builder's crates in that aside from like that slight variance, it's quite easy to get those perfect purple lines. Which again makes stacking them that much easier. Hey, Daykiss. Welcome on in, and thank you so much for that follow. Hope your Wednesday is going well. You got some stone? Fantastic. I am. At the moment, we're just teaching someone a bit about how to sync stuff. Was there something you needed help with? I haven't been this busy in a hot minute. Don't get me wrong, I like it. But as a note, anytime I'm live, I'm always doing glitch support. So for what we're doing at the moment there, King, you want your square concrete pavers. You're going to want another item that we're going to use for our item cancellations, which I forgot to ask, King, are you playing on PC? I always just default to that, but it just as a note, it doesn't, yeah, you are on PC? Sweet. It doesn't change as to like what we're going to do, it just changes how I'm going to teach you. But yeah, so you're going to have your square concrete pavers. I would suggest making a couple of stacks, so about 40 to 60 of them. If you're feeling spicy, make 100. That's normal. It's normally what I do whenever I'm just like, oh, I need more square concrete pavers. Looks like I'm making 100. Oh, shoot. Can I buy a horse? Uh, so, in short, yes. Long answer, I unfortunately have the quote unquote self imposed self care break thing that is imposed by the ad break coming up that I am out of snoozes. I'm so sorry, everybody. So I'm just going to be switching to the be right back screen, and I will be back as soon as the ads are done. So I will be back, and when I finish with that, we will go over uh, how to sync things, and then we can go over how to connect two Grand Harvest houses together via courtyard. So, yeah, they're back. Okay, and we're back, everybody. So, sorry. When it comes to syncing things, the easiest possible way to do so, at least that I found, is really by still not used to them coming in stacks. Is by measuring with pavers how far exactly you'd like to sync. After which, you don't need to. You can do this indoors. You can do it outdoors. The only reason why I'm doing this is so there's shade and people can see the lines nice and clear. So, yeah, no. Using the pavilion is not a prerequisite. And now, once you have your height of pavers selected or found, what we're going to do is place another concrete paver down. Take 2 crates. They do not need to be wood crates. They can be any kind of crate. And one of the crates is going to be on the ground, and the other crate is going to be on the paver. After that, we're going to group select the we're going to group select the crate that's on the ground. That is going to allow us to place the paver up above. This basically just gives us a little sync platform, as it were. It's basically just the exact height that we want to sync. And now, if we want to sync it straight down, we can, though with plush items, you normally want to sync them like a distance away. So you go, you press your item key. I have number 1 up there on the visualizer. You don't need to use number 1. You can use any number on your keyboard as long as it has a decor item or something that can be placed as decor or a texture. Sorry, it's the end of the day, so my ADHD is kind of going insane. I kind of trailed off there. Mm. Oh, sorry. Let's try it again. So when we move our paver a distance, perform our item cancellation, place our plush down. All right. You want to go straight for broke? Sounds good. I can appreciate that. So it's the exact same concept as the plush. Just in this case, we have another step involved. Because normally the Yardwork Small Terrace can't go on to a paver. So we need to group select this it doesn't need to be abandoned Mojin. It could be abandoned Mojin. It could be, before I used the Rainbow Magi plush, normally I use a builder's block, if I'm being honest. Because the builder's block snaps on all nice and pretty like. Do I have a tutorial on the flower lattice? Are you referring to the one that I posted like raw footage of? Because I do not of that one yet. There didn't seem to be. There seemed to be a little bit of interest, but not too much. But I can definitely add it to the list if it's something that people would actually be intrigued in seeing. So King, once. Nope, it's all good. Wait. Yeah. So you should be able to. So here, once it's like this, even if it's hidden, we just need to do another step. We just need to perform what's called an item cancellation. Which we already did an item cancellation. So you know that term already. I'm so sorry. This is what happens when I get tired. I tiny dragon splaying all over the place. Yeah, we're almost at the 8-hour mark. So yeah. Anywho, so yeah, we're gonna perform that item cancellation again, and we're gonna item cancel it far away. And that way we can grab this friendo and move it inside, and it's going to slingshot our terrace piece, and we just can't see it, but it's still there, and it's still just shy of being placeable. Where the heck? There's the other friend. See? I in the right direction. I would suggest the closest thing I have is the courtyard with the working door. That's what I would be drawing from. Because since we can't since we can't ghost anything anymore, I would suggest utilizing a synchronized placement. And since when you put a door onto a courtyard, it just creates a cavity. Because I did make a concept of like a circle house involving a courtyard once, and that is what I ended up doing. Was I put a door wrong one. Let's go to testing plot. And sorry, Ms. Fairchild, I actually don't stream on Thursdays. Please don't backflip out your window. You just need to do that item cancellation I mentioned. So it's because your terrace is intersecting with the floor. It's really annoying. And if it's still saying something is in the way, it means that the terrace piece is coming in contact with something that's outside of your house. So now you're coming into the fun that the rest of us have. And I use the word fun very loosely. So it would definitely require some precision work. Yeah, we don't need this anymore. And then in a clamshell, one person would do this, and then one person would do that. You actually managed to line up. Yeah. Oh, so you've got that kind of situation going. So kind of like this. Um. Oh, did I? Um. Yeah. So your issue probably was that you didn't have a door on. You just need to make sure that there's a door attached. Don't feel dumb, or try not to. It's especially uh, in the world of glitching, we often think that it's some complicated solution when in fact it's Occam's razor, which is the simplest sum of parts. So yeah, and or the it's more conventionally known as the simplest answer is normally the right one. And even I'm even guilty of that, of overlooking the simple answer on occasion. So, at 100%. And yeah, you can't. Uh, Add me in game, hun. I have a little bit of time. Call it. This is my penance for not having a proper or an updated float/sync tutorial yet. Ah, of course. Well, please. Just need to hunt down the alternative accounts. Oh my gosh. I don't have many of the alts on here anymore. There we go. Oh, Daykiss. Thank you so much for the subscription there, love. Oh, and it's okay, King. I am right there with you. Uh, I swear. Mm. Um, but yeah, I'll also teach you another trick that is very useful when it comes to. There we go. When it comes to item cancellation, in regards to like getting things indoors, it's it's kind of saucy. Okay, so oh, you're way ahead of the game. Although let's just. Oh, okay, that might be a little bit. Actually, it's not that bad. As long as we like, as long as we like pre-put this on, then we should be okay. And now that's the saucy thing. Is so we take it off of there. Sorry, I do need to steal one of your pavers. So we're just gonna bump it up. And then perform our item cancellation. So it's not actually gonna be in contact with the ground. And so just watch the screen and tell me where, or I'm gonna follow you and you tell me where you want it to go. Oh Lord, I lost you. You want it in here? Like center? Oh, biscuits. Hmm. Can you put a door on this room? Is that possible? You want it against the wall? Yeah, can you put do you have a spare door? It makes stuff like this so much easier if there's a door on the room. You'll see why in a second. We can take the door off later. Yeah, there we go. So it's because we literally just we grab this, we take it outside. We go back. Oh, that's not what we want. Okay, we go back. We perform that item cancellation again. Think you can? Do you think you can try? Sure. Here. So I'll rotate it. So I'll perform the item cancellation. And then I'm going to rotate it. Oh, the pixie thing's in the way. Of course it is. Okay, we don't need the crate anymore. But yeah. I'm assuming you want it like centered, eh? Okay. Mm-hmm. I hate it. One sec. Took me all of like yeah, shush. That was just my phone yakking at me that I need to end the stream soon. How's that? We're getting there. Almost there. I think one more. Mm, yeah, there you go. You can take away the door now. Um, Jeez, you weren't kidding. I see what you mean. Fair point. Don't get me wrong. It's a lovely place. But anywho, enjoy your in blah, blah, blah. You're welcome, honey. I'm gonna try and find my. Ooh, that's cute. Okay, but we're gonna head home because it's time for this dragon to raid out. Ooh wee. Ooh. Hmm. I do want to keep the palliot train going just in case anybody needs their drops still. As we drops are finishing up this week. Tell your friends. Looks like Nerdy's just starting up. Mm. So yeah, let's get this raid underway before I completely fade. Because yeah, I'm fading it like lightning speed. Much love, everybody. And as I end every stream with, for those that are new and those that are, well, not old per se, but you know, those that have been here since the beginning, and for those that have just gotten here, and you know, for those that have been here for a while, know that I end every stream this way. Just a little reminder that I have been, and I always will be, a tiny dragon with the most titanic dreams, and I will always hope that you, wherever you may be in this wide, vast world, please keep your dreams just as big. Because, you know, even though the world might make you sometimes feel tiny, it doesn't mean your dreams can't be titanic. Alright, let's get this raid underway.